Everyone to the closed session portion of tonight's meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is now 5 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll?
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember McQueen-Lejeune.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez.
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Present.
And let the record reflect that Councilmember Gama is currently absent.
We will now hear public comments. Zoom participants, please use the raise your hand feature. Everyone's going to get 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments tonight?
No public comments for closed session.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, can you please read the closed session item into the record?
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. There are 2 items on closed session tonight. The first is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Subdivision D. The case name is OPV Coalition et al. Versus Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency et al. The case number is Santa Barbara County Superior Court with the number listed in the agenda. The second item of business is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Sections 54957 and 54954.5 Subdivision E for the position of city manager.
All right, and we just had Councilmember Gama show up. I know he's working a double shift. Do any council members have any conflicts to disclose for the listed closed session agenda items? Hearing none, council will recess to closed session. The time is now 5:02 p.m. We'll be back at 6:30 p.m. Welcome everyone to the City Council regular meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is now 6:31 p.m. Can everyone please stand and join me for the flag salute? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, can we please take roll?
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember McQueen Lejeune,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Perez.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Present. Tonight we will be hearing our inspiration by Councilmember Hernandez.
Oh, I thought we do. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. I'm really honored to give the inspiration this evening. I actually didn't come very prepared, but then I thought of something that was very inspiring that happened to our city last week with a visit from our sister city representatives from Puerto Vallarta. It was our inaugural event on Monday and Tuesday of last week. We had 8 visitors from Puerto Vallarta as part of our sister city program. And we also had guests who share Puerto Vallarta as a sister city from Santa Barbara also in attendance. So it was a group of about 15 to 20 people. And we had volunteers from our city who assisted in giving them a tour of our great city. We spent 2 days touring around the city and getting to know each other. And there was this one moment where we had just finished lunch at Surfside Restaurant, and we were getting ready to go on to our next location. And the music was playing Beach Boys, and we all were kind of just standing around, and pretty soon everybody just started nodding their head, and we saw, you know what, we all started dancing, and it was just so spontaneous, and it was just, you know, they just felt so comfortable, and they were just enjoying our weather, enjoying the company, and we even got former Mayor Rich Rollins up there to dance, and that to me was one of the memorable moments of our visit, and we'll share more as we reflect on that program and what we did last week. But that to me was just inspiring that we could be that comfortable with each other and have such a good time. So that's my inspiration.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Mr. City Attorney, can you please provide the closed session report?
Absolutely, Mayor Martinez. With respect to the first item of business in closed session, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, council gave unanimous authority to file an answer in the OPV Coalition et al. Versus Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency case in order to protect its water rights as well as its membership water rights with respect to PHWA.
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. We will now hear public comments not pertaining to items on the agenda. Zoom participants, please use the raise your hand feature if you'd like to comment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments tonight?
We do, Mr. Mayor. The first one is from Jamie Beavers.
My name is Jamie Beavers. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with the City Council to address the ongoing problem of dogs on Wainimi Beach. I am a resident and dog owner in the Surfside 2 complex on Ocean View Drive in Port Wainimi since 2021. We made certain that we purchased a property that was not on a dog beach, as I run on the beach approximately 4 to 5 days a week. I do not take my dog on the beach, and she is never off leash outside of our home. I made a 911 call after a terrifying confrontation with 3 dogs, one of which was a pit bull, unleashed and uncontrolled by their owner on May 5th, 2023. I likely prevented an injury, unlike the child bitten on our beach in 2021, by carrying a stick and pepper spray. The officer I spoke with that day suggested it was an isolated incident. The unfortunate part of this incident is that it is not isolated. I chose to live near a beach to run on that prohibits dogs, but I still have to carry protective measures because the laws are generally ignored and are not being enforced. Every time I run on the beach, I encounter 1 to 4 unleashed dogs, in addition to a multitude of leashed dogs on the sand. The officer stated nothing could be done unless I had been bitten. I would imagine our community is not willing to wait for an individual to be seriously injured to begin to enforce our current laws. I read the responses on Facebook to the child bitten by a dog in 2021, and the citizens of Port Hueneme want our beach to be safe from risk and possible disease. The American Veterinarian Medical Association states on their website that there are nearly 90 million nice dogs, but that any dog can bite. Dog bites pose a serious health risk to our communities and societies. More than 4.5 million people are bitten by dogs each year in the United States, and half of those are children. I appreciated reading that some of our city council members support the addition of a dog park to our beach. It could be useful to alleviate the existing problem if it was enforced. Online, I have read that some dog professionals and owners are opposed to dog parks due to the lack of vaccine enforcement, inability to separate aggressive dogs from non-aggressive, and concern over injury and disease. I noted there was no location on the Port Hueneme website for report of concern regarding animal control. I suspect this is because the number of reports became overwhelming. I have seen Ventura County animal regulations stop on our beach the last 2 weeks, but they never leave the vehicle. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to present this and would like to volunteer in any way I can to help alleviate the problem. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Ms. Beavers. Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
So just, Mayor, thank you. So as noted, council's not able to respond because the item's not on the agenda, but as the staff, we will get your information if you've given it to the clerk, and we will follow up with you and look at some of those suggestions.
Becky Bruning.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council, staff. I'm here tonight representing Rural Guppy Outdoors. And I want to follow up on what Laura said about the Sister City being here. They did come by our learning center and they were so impressed with what we had to offer. They invited us to go to Puerto Vallarta to teach their children how to fish. So we enjoyed having them there. Also, the Port Hueneme Run, we had such a great turnout for that. And I want to thank Mayor Martinez for setting that up for us. Our next Family Fish Day is this coming Sunday, 8:30 to 11:30 at the end of Hueneme Pier. You don't need to bring anything, just bring yourself. We furnish everything. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Becky.
John Welty. Sorry, Mayor, that's for an agenda item for the later. So I'll pull that to the side. We do have a couple of written comments that I'll just read. One is from Tracy Sisson Phillips. She said, "Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council, and staff. The Hueneme Chamber of Commerce will host a new morning mixer event, Rise and Shine Networking, this Wednesday, July 19th, from 7 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. Sponsored by Anna Cappuccino, we invite you to join us and jumpstart your day. The Chamber will be treating guests to a free cup of coffee, meet local leaders and like-minded business professionals to exchange leads and increase your business contacts. Chamber members and non-members welcomed as always. We do hope to see you there. Remember, the early bird gets the lead." The next public comment is from Joan Tharp. "Dear Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff, I am requesting that item 14 be pulled from the consent calendar for further discussion. While I am in full support of an interactive and inclusive playground, I don't think placing it on the sand on either side of the pier is a well thought out idea. On and around July 4th of this year, we had high tides of close to 7 feet that, even with recent beach replenishment and Public Works best efforts, inundated the area around and west of the pier. These high tides and sea level rise will continue to challenge our city's infrastructure, and adding a playground on the beach seems a little like testing fate. There is no guarantee that we will continue to get the support needed to replenish the sand from the federal government, regardless of how supportive Congresswoman Brownlee has been. In addition, my experience tells me that sand does what it wants to do. The climate crisis is going to continue to challenge beach communities, and we should be smart about our ability to be resilient in the face of this challenge. The area between lots B and C seem like a more suitable space for this project. While I would personally like to see this lot restored to natural habitat, we do need more recreational areas for our youth. And this area is both currently protected from sea level rise by the dunes and not too close to the Ormond wetlands. Thanks, Joan Tharp. And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now move on to agenda approval for tonight, for the city council. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Madam Clerk, can we please take a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Do any members of council have any conflicts of interest to disclose for any one item on the agenda? All right, we will now recess the city council meeting and call to order the Housing Authority special meeting. The time is now 6:42 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll?
Member Brown? Member Blackwell?
Present.
Member Gama?
Here.
Member Hernandez?
Here.
Member McQueen Lejeune?
Here.
Vice Chair Perez?
Here.
And Chair Martinez?
Present. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
We will now consider items on the consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion. Unless there is a request to remove an item for discussion, may I have a motion and a second to approve our consent calendar?
Move to approve?
Second.
Madam Clerk, can we please take vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
There are no business items tonight, so we will now move on to authority members' reports, comments, and requests for future agenda items. We'll start with Member Blackwell.
I don't have anything to add. So on this consent calendar, we're not going to it? Like, it says request for out-of-state travel, registered disbursements. I thought that we were gonna. Oh, you approved it? Oh, that's what we approved? Okay, my fault.
Ms. McQueen, Lejeune? All right, the Housing Authority will adjourn to its next regular meeting of September 5th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. and we will now reconvene the City Council regular meeting. The time is now 6:44 p.m. And we will move on to presentations. Number 4, or oath of office for our city manager. I'd like to welcome everyone. Welcome our new city manager, James Vega, and have the city clerk administer the oath of office. Mr. Vega, would you like to say a few words after or before?
I'll say a couple before, if I may. Thank you, Mayor. I don't have much to say, and I know we have a lot of business to do, but I think I spoke a little bit at a meeting about a month ago. And just to reiterate, I am thrilled to be here. I have deep ties to Port Hueneme. I moved here while I was in college and lived in Anacapa View, and then my wife and I bought our first house after college in Port Hueneme, and we still have a property in Port Hueneme. We're still invested in the community, and we have been getting back into the community. When I had gone to work in Ojai, we had moved out there with our 2 pigs, and we've been coming back. We did the fun run yesterday and starting to reconnect and see people that we hadn't seen in a while, and starting to get back involved in the community has been great. So thank you to the community for welcoming us back. And just as far as some background, I have 14 years of experience in local government. I worked for the city of Oxnard for 9 years, and the city of Ojai for 6 years, and ended up, I think it's the Goldilocks effect. I went to Oxnard and it was a little too big, and I went to Ojai and it was a little too small. And I think I found my Goldilocks here in Port Hueneme. I've those experiences with the last 6 years being city manager of the city of Ojai. And one thing that most people who know me know that I'm proud of is I started in Oxnard as the one of the absolute lowest paid employees on our multiple page salary schedule. And I worked for 9 years and worked my way up and worked my way up. And then I moved to Ojai and got to the point of being the city manager. And for that reason, I think that I connect with all the employees. I have a lot of pride in knowing how people feel and what it feels like to be in different positions. And I work well with the staff. And then likewise, because I lived in Port Hueneme, I think I know what a lot of concerns are in the community. And I know when I was living here as a resident, I saw dogs on the beach without leashes. So I understand the concern. And I know how important those things are to our residents. So I am thrilled to be here, and I'm looking forward to working with the community for as long as you'll have me. So thank you.
Madam Clerk, may you please administer the oath of office?
So should I face the?
Oh, I
Okay. Okay. I, James Vega,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Vega, would you like to say some additional words before Mr. City Manager James Vega?
No, I think that is great. And just again, thank you everybody for having me. So,
Would any of the council members like to say some words?
I think we've already shared what we want Mr. Vega to know, but we are so glad to have you and looking forward to working with you and all the great things you have in store for our city.
I think it's most impressive that his last day with the city of Ojai was Friday, and here he is today. He didn't ask for time off. He's here to get busy and start working for the benefit of all you. And for that, extremely grateful. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I'd like the opportunity to welcome you, Mr. Vega, as our city manager. I'm very happy to have you here along with your experience. And everywhere I've gone in the county, somebody inevitably comes up to me and says that we've really got a gem having you as our city manager. DA Eric Nasarenko shared that with me. Supervisor Board Chair Matt Levere shared the same thing with me. I also watched your last meeting. It was 5 hours long. I'm still watching it, but I know that Ojai, the city of Ojai was really sorry to lose you. So that says a lot to what we're getting here. So welcome. We look forward to working with you.
Yes, I'll ditto all of my colleagues' sentiments, and I too have had many people come up in the community who've been around Ventura County for a while who have nothing but positive things to say and said that Ojai doesn't realize what they've lost and now it's gone. So I appreciate your experience. I appreciate, obviously we can't talk about what we discussed, but the plan ahead and what we're going to be doing for the city. I'm excited and looking forward to it. So thank you for being here.
And I just want to mention that earlier this year when we decided that we were not going to renew the past city manager's contract, I had said a prayer and I had asked that we select the best person, the best city manager for our city here in the city of Port Hueneme. And I have tremendous faith that we have done that. And I would love to welcome our new city manager, James Vega, to the city of Port Hueneme. We will now move on to presentations 5 and 6. I'd like to call up Chief Federico for our next two presentations.
Yes.
Okay. So our first proclamation honoring Sergeant Eric Starna for his service to the city of Port Hueneme will be read by Councilmember Flora Hernandez. The proclamation.
You want to say a few words first, or?
Yes, I can
Okay.
just say, I can bring Eric up and, we are losing, Sergeant Eric Starna, who we spent so much time and dedication for the city and led so many programs in the department, with, strong leadership and true devotion to some of these, programs, and you're taking them all with you. But it's not a sad moment. This is a new journey moment, and he's going to be leaving us to go be a commander with the city of Santa Paula, which is something he had a dream of for a long time. So we're going to wish him the best on that journey. And then there's a proclamation for you.
So it's my honor to read the proclamation honoring Sergeant Eric Starna for his service to the city of Port Hueneme. Eric and I go way back. I worked with him when I was in charge of the Ventura County Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services. He was the city's emergency manager at the time. So I know of the experience and the quality person that he is. And I also have have a heart for Santa Paula, having grown up there for many years, and I still go to church there on Sundays. So hopefully I'll get a chance to see you there. And let me just go ahead and read the proclamation, because I could go on. Whereas Eric was hired as a sergeant with the city of Port Hueneme in 2008 and held multiple roles such as patrol sergeant, detective sergeant, and training manager, and whereas Eric was recognized as supervisor of the year for the Port Hueneme Police Department in 2011 and in 2019, and whereas Eric has trained through the Federal Emergency Management, FEMA, in emergency management and served as emergency manager for the city of Port Hueneme during the pandemic. And whereas Eric Starna has held several leadership roles within the organization, particularly in projects that have increased efficiency and productivity, and has served in several collateral assignments such as reserve sergeant, training sergeant, and volunteer coordinator. And whereas Eric has been recognized for his proactive law enforcement approach leading to arrests and has consistently led his teams in proactive enforcement, specifically in DUI arrests, which has provided for safer roadways within our community. And whereas Eric has received several letters of commendation during his service to the community, which include his interactions with the residents, detailing his dedication, professionalism, and compassion in recognition of his commitment to a safe community. And whereas his colleagues know him as a steady, dependable, and dedicated teammate and friend who takes pride in his work with the community and who is always ready to lend moral support or a helping hand when needed. And whereas Eric has improved the quality of life for residents of the city of Port Hueneme during his tenure with the police department and will be greatly missed. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of Port Hueneme hereby recognizes and honors Police Sergeant Eric Starna for his dedication, commitment, and service to our community, and wishes him well in his future endeavors. Thank you so much, Eric. We're going to miss you. It's a loss to our city. And I'll just come down. Oh, here, you can go ahead. Present that to him. Thank you. Santa Paula's gain, our loss.
Sergeant Sarno, would you like to say a few words?
I always promise my wife I'm not going to cry at these things.
You have to be at the mic so the audience can hear you. And
Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, welcome to the city. You're gaining a lot by coming here. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for saying goodbye like this. And it's not goodbye. I'm just a couple cities over. I'm reachable, available. For those of you that showed up tonight to show support, my friends, my colleagues, I want to say thank you for supporting me throughout this whole time here. I have nothing but fond memories. We did a lot as a city, as a community, and I'm very proud of that. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for showing up here and recognizing me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Would anybody like to say some words?
Sure. So we have not had an opportunity to spend any time together, but as you heard in the proclamation and from the chief, your work has been not just beneficial, but quite an honor for you to be serving here for us. And so this one saying that I was thinking when you were up talking is too much is given, much is required. And I have no doubt whatever is required of you, you're going to be successful at it. So thank you for all that you've done for us.
Thank you, Mr. Starna, for your service, and thank all the police officers for serving in the city of Port Hueneme and service to our communities. Connecting to the city and Ventura County is equally important. And I recently went to Santa Paula and I was blown away at how fancy and nice their Main Street is. And it's a pretty cool place. There's no beach there, but it's all right, you know. And I just, from the moment I first met you, you're always smiling, you're always positive, and you're always moving forward. And you know, I just want to wish you well and thank you for your many years of great service to our city. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Commander. I think this is a great opportunity for you and your family. I know your wife is proud, and this is an opportunity that not many people get. So good luck to you. Be safe. And thank you for your service to Hueneme. We appreciate you.
I just want to mention, it must have been 10 years. I can't really remember, but I know I was a lot younger back then. When I had somebody break into my car and take my passport. I don't know why I would leave my passport that one night. You know, it just happened to be bad luck. And I made a police report, and that's when I first met you. And I just remember feeling so happy that I made the report and that I met you, because you made me feel much more comfortable, made me feel like, you know, even though it was my fault, it made me feel better knowing that somebody wasn't yelling at me, telling me that, why am I leaving my passport in my car? You know? So I know you're going to treat everyone with kindness, and I just want you to know that you were respected, loved, and appreciated here in the city of Port Hueneme. Thank you. Laura, did you want to say anything?
And I think I've said.
Oh, okay.
plenty.
All right, Sergeant Sarna, thank you for your service. And we have one more proclamation honoring Senior Police Officer Nora Starna for her service to the city of Port Hueneme.
Yeah, as you heard, we're losing the other half of the team, Starna. Also, for many years of dedication and service to our city. But with Nora, you have to understand you're also losing one of the most tenacious detectives that we've had in recent years, and also comes with a very compassionate detective who was very sincere to our victims, and also found the time in her later years to use that same compassion and tenacity to take care of our senior residents, especially through our HEART program. So somebody who will be truly missed, and we thank you. And then we have a proclamation on.
Whereas Nora Starna was hired as a police officer with the city of Port Hueneme in February 2007, promoted to senior officer in July 2021, and honorably retired from the city of Port Hueneme on July 9th, 2023. And whereas Nora held multiple roles within the Port Hueneme Police Department, including field training officer, investigator, and acting detective sergeant. And whereas Nora was recognized as Officers of the Year for the Port Hueneme Police Department in 2009, Mad Deuce Award in 2009, and CIT Officer of the Year in 2023. And whereas Nora was awarded the 11th Annual Hueneme Bay First Responder Award by Hueneme Bay Carefree Living Association and has been actively involved as the coordinator for the Hueneme Assist Residents Together program. And whereas Nora has received several letters of commendation during her service to the community, including assisting with organizations such as Lideras Campesinas and Partnership for Safe Families, and also coordinated the Law Enforcement Special Olympics Torch Run. And whereas Nora has been recognized by her supervisors for her dedication, work ethic, and diligence in protecting the residents of Port Hueneme. She has been further recognized by the District Attorney's Office for her thoughtfulness and commitment to her cases to ensure that justice is achieved. And whereas her colleagues know her as a steady, dependable teammate and friend who takes pride in her work with the community and who is always ready to lend moral support or a helping hand when needed. And whereas Nora has improved the quality of life for the residents of the city of Port Hueneme during her tenure with the police department and will be greatly missed. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme hereby recognizes and honors Senior Police Officer Nora Starna for her dedication, commitment, and service to our community and wishes her well in all her future endeavors.
And folks, it should be noted that she is also going on to another great journey. She's going to leave us to be an investigator with the Ventura DA's office, and they really do choose from the best for investigators. It's a tough club to get into, so she's still doing incredible things.
I just want to say a few words, Mayor Pro Tem, and to the community members here. It was an honor serving here in the city of Port Hueneme, my elderly community. I am very humbled to serve this great city that I will be missing. Thank you.
Would anyone
Yeah,
say
I
a
would.
few words? Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you, Nora, for your service to the city of Port Hueneme. As a female officer, you've been a role model for other women to follow. I know you're a great detective, and I know that the DA's office only takes the cream of the crop. You know, I met Nora, I'll dare say, behind a tree when I was escaping a crisis situation, and I was told to go to an area, and I was supposed to look for an officer somewhere, and I couldn't find the officer, but there was Nora. She peeked her head around the tree, and there she was, and I felt so safe standing behind that tree with you. So I thank you for your service. I'll always remember that moment, and I wish you the best of luck working for our DA, Eric Nesarenko. I know you'll do great. Thank you.
Yes, congratulations. We're definitely losing a strong female presence in our police department, and I appreciate your service that you've done for the community, both of you, and good wishes, and be safe out there in your next careers. So thank you.
I thought you were retiring. And really appreciate all the interaction I've had with you over the years. I think you helped my mom when my Christmas present was stolen out of her car. And yeah, I'm really thrilled that the DA's office is going to have you working to make our community better. Our community is connected in so many ways, and it's so great to know that this little city of Port Hueneme is spreading goodness throughout Ventura County. So thank you, Starnes. You're making that happen. Thank you so much.
And I'll just say thank you for your service. I wasn't going to say anything about women, but I think since my other two colleagues has, I'll go ahead and add to that. So you probably don't see people that look like you in your role. And you probably won't see too many people that look like you in your new role. But isn't it wonderful to be hand selected? And so when you don't get there by just being, coming to work every day, it's something special that puts you there. And so I'm so excited for you, for your future. But thank you for all that you've done for Port Hueneme. And I know the officers and our new chief is going to really miss you. But we send our blessings with you as you go to your new role.
Yes, thank you, Officer Nora Starna, for your service here in the city of Port Hueneme. Thank you. Our next presentation will be given by the Ventura County Economic Development Collaborative. If they could now make their way up, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, Bruce Sensley, President, CEO, Economic Development Collaborative. And as you often say in these circumstances, and a resident of the Ojai Valley.
I'm sorry, Bruce. Let's
Sure.
give them 30 seconds or so to make their way out.
And I was going to say, in a tough act to follow, by the way.
And then, Tony, if Mr. Stewart, if you feel like they're gonna be out there, could you close the door just for a bit? Thank you.
Don't rush them, it's their moment. Thank you. Bruce Stensley, President and CEO, Economic Development Collaborative. We're going to try and do just a couple of things here tonight. Try to be fairly brief. I'll provide a little bit of overview on who we are at EDC, why we do, and how we do the things that we do. Alondra Gaitan, our Director of Strategic Relations, is going to pop up, focus more specifically on the services and our opportunities for Partner Together. The slide deck that I've given you has several slides that I won't address in detail, a little bit of context, but I'll follow up at the end with some contextual stuff about where we see Hueneme in the context of Ventura County and some opportunities going forward. And that's what that slide says, I think. Wow, there we go. So just a couple of orientation points on here. We like to ground this by saying that as an economic development organization, while we focus first and foremost on business and the economy, we want to do that in a manner that we refer to as triple bottom line. That is, we want to be conscious, respectful of, aware of our impacts and the work that we're doing to the environment, and then most specifically, this notion of social equity or broadly shared opportunity. It's not about business only for the sake of business, but for the sake of quality jobs, an environment conducive to entrepreneurship and building community. The second piece up there, practice of economic development, 3 pieces. To demystify what we do, it's not that complicated. We focus on retaining and growing the business base. We focus on attracting, in some cases, businesses to the region. And then we focus on entrepreneurship. And I should stop when I say those pieces. I learned pretty much everything I know about economic development from Steve Kinney, who's been in this profession for a generation and is a leader in the region, and really respect what he's taught me. And everything that I don't know is not his fault, just by the way. So it'll be... So an overview of who we are and what we do. To be very clear, we're a public-private partnership. We're a 501c3 corporation. We partner with groups when I say that, like chambers of commerce. We are not an advocacy organization. It's not our role to go yell at Sacramento or DC about the business climate. Rather, it's to work directly with business to find resources to facilitate business growth and strategy and work. We believe the city is our partner and equally a partner and a client for us as the businesses that we serve. We're a regional organization. Our grounding is in Ventura County, but we serve Santa Barbara as a small business center, and our lending services that Alondra will go into more detail. A lot of services in LA and San Luis Obispo County, but again, Ventura is our ground home. And a lot of partnerships that we'll get into maybe a little bit with the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development and others. When I said there are kind of 3 strategies, you can look at business growth and retention and attraction and entrepreneurship. We're mostly about growth and retention, a little bit, or I should say increasingly about entrepreneurship, the idea of taking local innovation and talent and creating new business. We have a great partnership we call FathomWorks with several of the commands at Navy Base Ventura County, with the port and others. We do a lot of work in global trade. We do a lot of work, if you go to our website, in research and analysis, trying to understand the driving factors of our region. And I should close my piece on this by saying that we want to be and are very specifically performance-based. That is, we don't want to just talk about what we're doing in economic development. We want to measure it and make sure that we're having actual impact on a case-by-case with businesses. I'll turn it there over to Alondra, our Director of Strategic Relations.
Thanks, Bruce. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council and staff, of course. Again, my name is Alondra Gaitan, and I'm going to talk about our services that the EDC provides. We obviously provide one-on-one technical assistance services. So we have 50 business advisors that provide one-on-one assistance. So these advisors assist businesses with anything that goes from starting their business, strategic planning, finance, their operations, access to capital, marketing, branding, and being able to become a lean, efficient operation. So we provide services to manufacturers and those such industries. We do have a lending program, and one of the main purposes of our lending program is to be able to provide a job. So once they receive funding through our EDC loan program, we expect that they create a job with the funding that we provide them for their business. Most of our capital goes up to $250,000 that we're able to lend, and we also have a child care loan fund that we provide to child care centers and child care businesses. And these are the areas of business advising that we provide at the EDC. We also do venture matchmaking. We support folks with human resources and legal issues, as well as market identification, customer service, and government contracting and procurement. As Bruce mentioned, we do have a relationship with FathomWorks and the port, and so we have a number of initiatives that we're working on with FathomWorks. Some of our initiatives involve our SBA Export Trade Technical Assistance Program, which is a greater Los Angeles program that we have. So it covers the LA area, Ventura County, Santa Barbara County. And we support folks who are importing and exporting and who need assistance managing relationships with the Foreign Service. We also have our work-based learning training team, and we received a grant through our digital upskilling initiative through Congresswoman Jackie Irwin's office. And so we're providing training for workers and connecting workers to pathways to create businesses and be successful in the digital era. We also have an initiative currently with the Uplift Central Coast, which is a 6-county partnership supporting with our California Economic Resiliency Fund. We're currently working with community members to listen to what their needs are and the barriers they are facing, and being able to prioritize where we're going as a Central Coast for a regional strategic plan. And again, we also have an initiative for our early childhood education. And I'll kick it over to Bruce now.
So just a couple of real quick things here. So probably the most important thing we could talk about is what can we do together in terms of options for partnering with the city. We've done this with other cities. We haven't been doing a whole lot here in the city of Port Hueneme, so we want to do that. We can collaborate with the city and its various departments and the chamber and others to make sure we're doing more blanket outreach to the community to get business out. I know you already do that, but we can collaborate, add resources to that. We've done workshops that are targeted to specific industry sectors or types of business. It could be retail, it could be types of things like accessing capital, business management issues. We can do those live, we can do them here, we can take them through webinars online. We can focus on practical issues like financial management, QuickBooks, you name it. We can customize that information or that training or that collaboration to whatever is sort of community need or priority interests identified by any of you and your team. And when we do this, we can also draw in a variety of additional partners. We work with a group called Women's Economic Ventures. As Alondra mentioned, we do more one-on-one direct professional technical assistance with business owners about solving individual or specific problems. Weave as a partner is much more oriented and expert at doing classroom-based activity and also work incredibly well with women entrepreneurs. We partner with chambers, we can work with the workforce board, community colleges, Navy, Port, et cetera. So I'll leave that and move on to a couple other points, but that's the main thing we want to do is plant the flag, plant the notion that whatever we can do in collaboration with you on behalf of the businesses and industry and the residents of the city, we're all in. So I want to go with a couple of other points before I hop out of the way. Most everything you do, right, in a business and economic development department or an activity is done in a context, right? And it's generally thought that you read the press and California's falling into the ocean, and we do have problems, but there's also a ton to celebrate in the strengths of California, coastal California, Ventura County, Hueneme in particular. There's this thing called the Natural Amenities Index, and I can't help but throw this up every time I talk to a group. The USDA, federal government, looks at 3,111 counties around the United States of America and has concluded, and I quote, Ventura County is the absolute most desirable place to live in America. That, of course, helps if you can afford the home, and I don't mean to make fun of that, but we get the idea. And these other ones, the same thing. They identify, yes, well, we have issues when you cut through all of the various categories that deliver quality of life or inhibit quality of life. We're actually a very competitive place. Very quickly, and I won't go into this, we could summarize our economic competitiveness. You probably know these points. We've got deep assets in all of these areas that are listed here. We can come back and talk about those another time. But we also have some extraordinary regional weaknesses, and we know that. The high cost of living, the high cost of housing in particular. We know that we've got a lot of retail and commercial property vacancies, particularly during COVID as we move to online sales. This is both a problem and an opportunity to reuse resources. And I'm going to hit just a couple of other items here. We're going to skip the COVID piece. You know these. We went through a deep recession. We're actually recovering incredibly well. We're recovering, I think, better than most of the regions around us. There's a lot of debate around that, but I would defend the points that show Ventura County is actually in a powerful recovery. I'm going to leave you with just a couple of thoughts here. We took some data, and in the handouts that we provided you, there's a very detailed numeric summary of where does the city of Port Hueneme exist in terms of jobs within the city as compared to the number of jobs in the same categories by industry sector in the county. This is not a look at resident occupations. This is a look at the jobs that are based within the city. And there are just a couple of real macro points I want to hit on that. Point one is, and I don't want to be a downer on this, but I want to make sure that we're clear on the point, and I'm sure you're aware of it. The city of Port Hueneme is somewhere around 2.6%, maybe 2.5% of the county's population, but only about 1.2% of the jobs are located in the city. So there's an opportunity there to create more jobs. This is a challenge relative to a landlocked, surrounded community and how you manage real estate, and those are the expert issues that you have, not me, but it is an opportunity or an issue, right? You also have a high concentration of jobs that don't pay necessarily the highest wages. There's a concentration in food, not so much accommodation. You're about the same as the county in the density of retail jobs, but a couple of areas that you're underrepresented with an economy that's attached to the ocean are arts, entertainment, and recreation. There's some opportunities there. But we can look at those and figure out, sort of what are some of the strengths and weaknesses. Last, this slide, I was somewhat reluctant to put this in there. And this is actually not an unusual slide or a picture relative to Ventura County generally. Only about 20% of Ventura County's workforce both lives and works in the city, in the same city. That's a very severe issue in the city of Port Hueneme, where only about 350 of your labor force residents actually live in the city. They commute out to work elsewhere. There's no magic switch and button and finger snap to retain those folks, but it's something to think about. But this is a Ventura County problem. We have people who love their neighborhoods but find employment somewhere else. And if I were the director of VCTC, the Transportation Commission, I would say that's a problem because we got people running all over. But one of the points that we want to leave you with is this notion that everybody talks in Ventura County about we need more housing, But as an economic development organization, we want to also echo the point that we also need more jobs. We want to do more about thinking about how we create opportunity for retaining quality, high-paid jobs for our residents. It's not easy to do, but if you don't think about it, you don't measure it, you don't do it. So we want to be a partner with you in thinking about how we're creating jobs, how we're creating opportunity and retaining the talent of our residents, not just in Hueneme, for Hueneme, but for Ventura County generally, driving to Los Angeles, Santa Barbara. We mentioned here, there's some real opportunities, we believe, in Ventura County in quote unquote light manufacturing, the whole research and development. It doesn't take huge industrialization. It just takes craft and land opportunities. Well, you have a ton of transportation jobs in Hueneme, not a lot of jobs in the wholesale trade side. Again, not an easy connection to make, but generally they go together and there's some opportunities there. We say agriculture and food systems. Ventura County is, of course, enormously concentrated in the ag sector, but we think there's even more opportunity for growth in what they call craft food, et cetera. You know, people want to know where their food came from. They want to know that it's local. They want to know that there's quality, and we think there's huge opportunities there. And finally, the last 3 points. We can do a lot together to make sure that we're building with our resources and other organizations, other partners, to build the capacity, the strength of and competitiveness of the businesses in the city and use that as a foundation and a catalyst to grow. We also believe investing in early child education. You know, there's an old phrase, what if we educate them and they leave? And the answer to that is, what if we don't educate them and they stay? And while that can be a joke, it's also a very serious statement. And we want to close by saying we recognize that there are huge assets and they're tricky assets, the Navy and the port. We're working with them and we want to work with the city to figure out how we make sure that we're a facilitator of connecting those opportunities. We are there and we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce and Alondra, for your presentation. Do any members of council have questions?
I have one question. In the job calculations, did you consider the port jobs?
No, because they have to be resident to the boundaries of the city of Port Hueneme, and so I may be answering the question wrong. It's not in, my answer would be this. The data doesn't suggest that they're all captured, because I think it would be a larger number.
Right, and I would venture to suggest that the Navy provides a lot of jobs as well.
Absolutely.
And I'm pretty sure you're not counting those.
It's a tricky calculation when you ever look at municipal boundaries adjacent or overlapping federal institutions like a Navy base.
Right.
So you're spot on. I should have led with that. That makes the data challenging.
Right.
But when we're thinking of the city specifically, I'm thinking of your neighborhoods and commercial zoned properties and optimizing those opportunities.
Well, I would settle for counting the port jobs, and we could leave the Navy out of it. But
fair point. And I bundled
I
them,
do
and I stand
believe
corrected.
the port of Hueneme is in the city of Hueneme.
I think you're right. The port jobs, those several hundred, yes,
Lots
my
of
mistake. You're right.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I thank you for coming and giving us a presentation. And I appreciate, since I see you once a month or at least twice a month as a
And
regular.
I should have mentioned, we appreciate your participation on our board and on our executive committee. Thank you for the leadership.
Yeah, I thank you for the work you do with small business.
Yes, Bruce and Alondra, I'd like to thank you guys for your presentation. I just want to let you know that I had asked for this presentation after I had met Luisa out at one of your employees out at Santa Paula when she was doing a presentation for Santa Paula, and I asked her what is it going to take to get these presentations, these workshops for our community here in Port Hueneme. And I also want to thank our interim city manager, former interim city manager Tony Stewart, for putting it on the agenda. Thank you very much for putting it on the agenda. What workshops do you recommend that we do in our community, or what can you offer in terms of what would you say is like a strong base of workshops?
Given that about 12% of the jobs resident to the city are in the retail and related sector, and those are small businesses working on too often with a shoebox, managing their finances, the one that you mentioned, Louisa, something related to Financial management, QuickBooks, identifying sources of investment and revenue would be probably a high density place to start. And then I'm not sure expanding beyond that, we would have to work with you and survey the residents, check with Mr. Kinney and others and figure out how we might craft a strategy.
And you would be more than happy to do some sessions, like say 4 or 5 different sessions across how many months?
We could customize that however it makes sense. The only trick there is the stick to it. You got to make it tight and compact enough for people to want to be there. And business owners, of course, struggle to find the time to go find others. So we try and craft something that makes sure that it doesn't take them away from their work and home, but also gives them some sort of high impact. But beyond that, we're wide open. Generally, we found that anything that runs more than a handful of weeks consecutive and a handful of hours, or maybe an hour in each, you start to have people dropping out. But if it's compelling enough, we can do it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Jan Burke? She's in the back there she's the chairperson of a coalition of HOAs in our community.
I am not, and thank you for the introduction. Be happy to
Right,
chat.
and I think at the last meeting that I attended, they talked about community economic development and perhaps going in that direction and being a resource for us. So I just wanted to let you know that Jan is back there.
Thank you. Other answer, I think I skipped over it. I think some workshops in entrepreneurship on identifying both youth and adults or people who are thinking about starting a job. You know, everybody talks about why don't you get somebody to move here, but our greatest asset is our innovative talent locally, and facilitating their ideas, putting them into business is a lot bigger bang for the buck and less resistance to getting it done. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stensley. Hopefully City Council can approve to have you come back and maybe approve some sessions for our community.
We'll follow up and
We'll
with
follow up.
City Manager. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Bruce.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alondra. We will now consider items on the consent calendar, which will be enacted in one motion unless a council member has a request to remove an item for discussion.
Mayor, if I could, I actually, I reviewed the agenda yesterday, and there's actually an item I'd like to continue to, it's item 14, which we received a public comment on. And I just want to continue it. The RFP is not drafted yet, and for public transparency, I want to get into the routine of having the RFP included in the packet. So I'd like to pull it and then bring it back. And I know there was some time sensitivity, but I think that would only impact us by a week or two at the end of the day.
Okay.
Move to approve removing item 14 for a later date.
And I would also like to mention that I'd like to pull item number 11 for just a brief discussion.
Second. And I would also, well, make another motion, I guess, for the 2 items.
Move to approve removing item 11 for further discussion and to remove item 14 to a later date.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Does that include approving the remainder of the items?
And approving the
that.
remainder of the items.
We usually do that, yeah.
So I'll amend, do I need to amend the motion or are we good?
Mayor Pro Tem Perez just confirmed the amendment, and as long as you're good with your second,
I'm good
you're
with
good
my
to
second.
go. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So the only reason why I wanted to bring up item number 11, I don't have an issue with this. It's authorizing out-of-state travel for both myself and Mayor Pro Tem Perez for the City Port Joint Advocacy trip to Washington, D.C. There's $20,000 that were approved from the port for us to do this trip. One of the things I just wanted to mention, though, hopefully we can approve for some of that money to be used to cover my sub. Right now, my substitutes, right now I'm at -3 personal days because I don't have any more personal days. I've been taking days off this past year so that I can attend to city items. And so I don't think we're necessarily approving anything. but I'm hoping that maybe in the future we can discuss that ed code that's available to all Oxnard Union High School District employees that are also holding an office. Kevin?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that it wouldn't be approval of
Yeah, no, it's
paying that ed code to the school district to cover the subs. That would come back to council at a later
yes,
date.
yeah. I just wanted to bring it up. I'm just mentioning it. I understand there is no approval.
And if I may, on item 11, I'm excited for Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem to go to Washington, but at the same time, I also want to slide an issue, regard to the dredging process and how I don't know who we talk, I don't know the protocol and making sure that we're keeping that conversation alive,
Yes.
keeping data. So maybe I could put together a little presentation or something that you could carry.
Some
to
of the things that we can discuss.
Yeah.
That definitely was one of the items we will be dealing with when we're there.
If
It was mentioned.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, if I could just tag on to that discussion, in the packet under attachment A, there's a list of items that you will be lobbying for. And I just wanted to recommend that it might be helpful to sit down with Mike Tripp, who is the project lead for the dredging, and to get his suggestions on issues that you might want to relate while you're in Washington. But I'm really happy that the both of you are going. I think for myself and maybe for Councilwoman Martha McQueen-Lejean, it was really a really good experience. It was eye-opening, and you come back feeling like, yeah, this is something that you could add to your skill set, in the future, because we all took turns introducing the team, identifying the issues, and we each got a chance to do that, and it was a good learning experience. So I'm really excited for you guys to go. So good luck.
Thank you.
So motion to approve item 11.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
And so just to confirm, as the city attorney mentioned, the point that the mayor made would come back to the council on the first meeting in September, which would still be prior to that trip for council to approve.
All right, we don't have any public hearings tonight, but we do have a couple business items. Item number 17, 2023 Annual Wainimi Hero Award. Will staff please present the report?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public, city staff. For the record, Charles Parrots, Deputy City Manager. Give a brief presentation on this item. By way of quick review, the City Council approved the Heroes Historic Preservation and Cultural Heritage Policy back in November of 2020. That policy established various processes to honor individuals and organizations that embody and exemplify community values. One of the particular items approved in that policy is the annual Wainimi Hero Award, which is found in Section 5 of the policy. It provides a process to honor persons or groups that have made unique contributions to the areas of either public safety, community development, cultural heritage, community service, environment, and economic development. As has been done in the past and as prescribed by the policy, nominations are requested and when received are first vetted by staff and then presented to the Citizen Advisory Commission for review and for recommendation to the council. This year we received a total of 13 nominations. In total, 4 different individuals were nominated. At last Monday, July 10th meeting of the Citizen Advisory Commission, the commission spent some time reviewing the nominations and discussing this item. The staff report contains information about the nominees, along with a brief summary. And then there is an attachment that contains all of the nominations that were received. In summary, the action taken by the Citizen Advisory Commission by a vote of 4-0, with Chair Bruning having recused herself from the vote and the discussion, the CAC voted to recommend that the current CAC Chair, Becky Bruning, be selected as the 2023 Wainimi Hero Award recipient. As is noted in the information, Ms. Bruning, or Becky, as most of us know her, serves as a member of the Port Hueneme Historical Governance Committee. She is and has been a museum a museum volunteer for many years. She is currently the treasurer of the Real Guppies organization in our city. And she, as mentioned, is the chair of the Citizen Advisory Commission. She also served with another one of our volunteers, Juliet Rodriguez, to assist with the 75th anniversary postmark event. And then lastly, it should be noted that she also previously served as the president of the Friends of the Bard Mansion group. So with that summary and brief presentation, I open it up to the council for any questions or discussion, and ultimately requesting your action and approval for the 2023 Hueneme Hero Award.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Peretz, for the presentation, and I wanted to also thank the Citizens Advisory Commission for their work on this. I wanted to know if you could refresh my memory on the deadline for submitting nominations, and if there were any nominations submitted after the deadline.
The policy indicates that we should receive nominations by June 1st. We had a late start this year, so we allowed until the end of June. And all 13 nominations that were received. I believe the latest one we received was June 16th, and we did not receive any after that date.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Comment?
I just want to congratulate Miss Jennifer Tihomirov, Miss Anna Lisette Bolo, and Mr. Brian Barber. I guess these were the finalists, and all of these residents are deserving of this award. Unfortunately, we're just going to award it to one. But I just think it's important for us to highlight, encourage, and bring more people to the table to supporting their community. And I've worked with Becky a lot at the museum, Real Guppies, and it's. I know Kevin is ecstatic to have you there, and I know it really brings joy. It's not work, it's joy, and really appreciate the fact that you're here with us tonight. And I don't want to take anything away from the other three. They're all great residents in our community who are working hard to make our community better. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the other candidates and fully support Becky in this endeavor.
Are there any public comments regarding this item?
We do have a public comment from Juliet Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I'd like to first begin by extending a warm Hueneme welcome to our new City Manager, City Manager Vega, and also extend appreciation to our former interim City Manager, Tony Stewart, who I was able to work with in preparing for the 75th anniversary. So with all that being said, the reason I'm here this evening is not long ago, the city did a call for nominations for the annual Hueneme Hero Award. And it didn't take me long to think of someone that really exemplified this award. And that is Becky Bruning. Becky Bruning has been a resident of Port Hueneme for over 71 years. And there's not very many people that can say that in our community. Maybe Arvine Carpenter, but anyway, there are a handful of people that have been here that duration and longer. But during those 71 years, it was interesting to talk with Becky and to hear about all of the support she has given to so many organizations during her residency here. I have been able to work with her in some overlapping activities with the museum, and also most recently on the Museum Governance Committee that we both share a spot on, and also observe her in so many other organizational capacities. And the one thing that I was quick to note about Becky is she is the very first person to ever, when asked for any kind of assistance, she's the first one to say, I'll be there. Count me in. I can do this. You know, she's always there. And so I submitted this nomination, and I was glad to see that there were a number of entries that were submitted, and all the entries had stellar contributions to our community. I would encourage anyone watching this meeting that if you've ever thought of doing anything for your city, there are so many opportunities for you to give even an hour or 2 hours of time a month, but there are many opportunities, and I hope that hearing about this program and this nomination inspires you to also give back to our community. You know, one thing I will conclude with is we listed some of the opportunities that that Becky has been involved with, but while this nomination has been circulating, she also jumped in to help with the Sister City Support Hueneme Committee. So she lets nothing go by without jumping in. So I'd like to again encourage you to approve the Citizens Advisory Committee's recommendation to recognize Becky Bruning as the 2023 Hueneme Hero. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Juliet. Are there any more public comments?
That concludes public comment.
The recommendation is to approve the Citizen Advisory Commission recommendation to recognize Ms. Becky as a recipient of the 2023 Hueneme Hero Award. May I have a motion and a second? Second? I don't know if we want a discussion.
Yeah, real
Yes?
quick, I just want to make a comment. Congratulations, Becky. You know, everywhere I go in the community, whenever we have an event, she's there doing, you know, staffing a booth, representing the library or representing the museum. And this award is much deserved. And I look forward to being there when you receive it during the Hueneme Beach Festival. But there was one piece or accomplishment that I think was left out, and that's the fact that Becky sits through our city council meetings, and she is there until the very end. So, I mean, that alone, I think, is deserved of this award. So congratulations, Becky, and thank you for all you do for our city and sitting through our council meetings.
All right, well, let's have this approved then. May I have a motion and we did get a motion, right? Oh, Madam Clerk, can we please take a vote?
I'm sorry, I missed the second. Who provided the
It was
second?
actually me.
Oh, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Becky. Mayor Martinez. Mayor Martinez, may I request a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll recess for 5 minutes. We'll be back at 7:50 p.m. say 7:50, but that was actually 7 minutes. So it's been 5 minutes. So we're gonna continue on with our meeting and move on to item number 18, broadband master plan. Will staff please present the report?
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Kinney's going to give a presentation on the broadband master plan.
Evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My only introductory comment here is just to point out that in the presentation that Bruce Stensley just made to you a bit ago, there were 2 or 3 references to broadband sprinkled throughout his presentation, just to sort of elevate the stature of broadband within the world of economic development. It's recognized countywide how important that is as one of the sort of basic building blocks, one of the utilities, if you will, to make a truly competitive city and county. So that's the reason that we launched this to begin with, and why we are here tonight to hear the outcome of the consultant study and then decide how to move forward from there. I will just bring to your recollection the fact that we launched this in the fall of last year, October or so. You approved this contract for this plan tonight. It was one of the ARPA funded projects that you all approved last year. And anything else that I might say about the project or the consultant team or the plan itself is included in their presentation. So I'll just step aside and introduce to you Jeff Lewis and Preston Young. They're 2 principals of the Government Technology Group firm that will be presenting to you tonight.
Honorable Mayor and Council and city staff, it's my pleasure to be here to present this presentation.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your name?
Jeff Lewis.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Jeff Lewis. I'm the managing partner for the Government Technology Group. We do broadband planning, strategic planning. I'll skip ahead. I'm going to have that on a slide, but to who we are. So Preston is our industry expert and professional for the team. So tonight we're going to go over about who we are in the group itself. We're going to go over the master plan overview. We did a market analysis of the city of Port Hueneme. We identified goals and needs for the project, conceptual design. We're going to discuss a little bit about policy and go over partnership opportunities and give our recommendations. And well, it's just questions at the end. Feel free to ask any questions during the presentation. So with that, I'm Jeff Lewis, the managing partner. We also have 2 other partners, Clancy Priest and Mark Gunther, who help out mostly with strategic planning and assessments and other security needs. And then Preston is an industry expert has done most of the planning for the Bay Area for the broadband for AT&T, Wave, Verizon, and all those. So he brings their expertise to us. So the master plan overview, the primary objectives that we were given for this was inclusivity, and that's really what the state and federal government wants. They want to make sure that we get broadband out to entire communities, not just the area that the providers usually pick and choose. They're there to make a profit, and they're not going to go to neighborhoods that don't make a profit. So that's what all the grant funding is out for. We want to make sure that I think the direction was give a reliable network. You'll see from the workshops and the surveys we did, there was complaint about reliability and some of the issues. Everybody wants a reasonable cost. Broadband, the more competition you have, the better the cost. Like if you bring Google in the community, the cost goes drastically down. And if a city builds out or works with a partner or regional effort, you can drive the cost down as well. And we want to provide broadband infrastructure that supports economic development and smart city initiatives, and that was brought out during the review, the surveys and the workshops as well. Some things that we noticed during this study was that the city lacks a dig once policy. I was actually having a conversation with your IT manager this afternoon, and he expressed that could help build out in your community as well. It lowers costs because once you dig the street, you drop something in. It's a lot cheaper than trying to dig it, put it in without that effort that's going on. some things we found was that Port Hueneme has redundant fiber, so we met up and discussed with them, and they're very well supported with broadband, but they are willing to be a partner, so they're willing to share some of their infrastructure, and there's already broadband infrastructure from their location to the police department. I think that was put in the past for the possibility of putting license plate reader cameras or remote access for the public safety purposes. The Navy is also well served at this time. The Port Hueneme Beach Park is not well served. We found with either Wi-Fi or cellular coverage, especially during the big season, your peak season. And Hueneme Bay is an area of need, and that was highlighted by both the state and federal maps as well. While most residents are covered with high-speed broadband, there were complaints about reliability, as we mentioned earlier, and a lack of fiber. Frontier is beginning to build out that, but there are areas your city just don't have that availability. Incumbent providers from the conversations we had aren't looking at building anything further at this time. The city has multiple areas that are underserved. Like I say, we confirmed that with the maps. We also do a study that we pick various addresses within the city and we test to see what's there. And so that helps us validate that in addition to the workshops and the surveys we perform. There are high priority areas in the city per the California Public Utilities Commission, which are eligible for last mile funding. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but the city did recently approve the ability to go after last mile funding. And we anticipate assisting the city to get $4 to $5 million for its community to build broadband infrastructure. Ventura County is planning a middle mile project, including Port Hueneme. They're going to run, there's part of middle mile, so just a discussion what that is that's from connecting city to city, and last mile is from the city to the homes within the community or the businesses, the residents. So there's a project right now that's connecting all the cities together in the area, and the Port Hueneme is part of that process. With that, I'm going to let Preston Young speak to it.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity we have to stand in front of you. Like Jeff said, I come from the private sector. I'm not real familiar with all the government terms, technology, the way that you speak. So if I get a little informal, I apologize now. During the market analysis, one thing you have to understand is we're trying to figure out not just who's in town, but what are they doing in town? Are they in this area they're going to be building? Do they provide enough broadband enough? And I guess broadband, if you want to define it, is just how we connect to the internet. It's not the internet itself. It's actually how we connect. Fiber, wireless, cellular coverage, whatever it is, that's how we connect. So that's what we're talking about. You have two main providers in town, and you have four in total. Charter Spectrum has pretty much the city covered with coax, with what we call a cable or hybrid fiber coax system. Frontier they bought the old Verizon Fios network, which is all fiber optic to the home network. They do some businesses as well. Yondu is a provider that's pretty much just in Hueneme Bay area, and Wi-Fi Harbor also is just up in Hueneme Bay. So as part of the market analysis, we did 2 different broadband outreach meetings where we talked to the public. We invite them, we try to get them to talk. What are their experiences that they're having in town? What are some of their concerns? Should the city be spending money on this? Should the city not? Or do they have enough reliability? So these 2 meetings that we had are very informative as far as what the citizens' attitudes. If there's business people that show up, kind of what are the businesses? How are they feeling about broadband? The meetings were well attended. The first one was held in the evening at the community center, and then the second one was held up in Hueneme Bay up at the big, room clubhouse. Thank you for that. And Hueneme Bay itself is very underserved. It's not a good connected area. And we'll talk about that in just a little bit more in just a second. And even though the Frontier and Charter cover the city, there are areas, neighborhoods that there's just simply not enough coverage. Hueneme Bay is one, but also neighboring ones outside of Hueneme Bay don't have very good coverage. There's isolated things that are identified by the state of California as what they call priority areas that need help serving. And when we look at the HLD, we'll go into that a little bit. So these 2 FCC maps, one on the, I guess it's my left, I hope it's your left too. it shows you the people that have access to fiber. So if it's a green, they have access to fiber optic network, fiber to the home network. And you can see a lot of red. If you go to the one on the right, that is what people have access to. What is 100 megabit down, 20 megabit up broadband speeds. So you can see on the one, yes? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some Oxnard, but yeah, this is Wainimi.
It's a FCC map, so trying to get the city limits put on there is like impossible. So yes, it is Port Hueneme. The big blocked out area is the Navy, and the southern part is the port. So if you can see that most people have access to at least 120, that's very good for residential, not as good for businesses. Businesses typically have offsite data storage and things where they need a lot more upload speed. So the fiber optics is what we're really focusing on a little bit more. And that's where the red spots come in. They don't have access to fiber optics. So during the broadband, we do an online broadband survey where people can get on, they answer questions. And part of that, they do a speed test. They can click it, automatically downloads their speeds. It uploads it into our thing. So we know what people are actually getting at their homes. You know, they're paying for 500, but they're only getting 100, right? We can look at all of that data and see who is not getting it. One of the questions we ask, how is reliable is your service? As you can see here, 41.1% reliable enough. That's kind of a questionable yes or no. Only 15.1% of the people said it was very reliable. That's kind of a concerning issue when there's such a reliability issue that needs to be addressed. So when we're done with doing all the market analysis, we do what's called a gap analysis. That's what you have and what we need, and how do we put those two things together. I don't want to go through all of these. There's gaps in policies. There's gaps in like Hueneme Bay needs a little bit extra help. They just don't have the coverage that they need. There's a little, but as far as the city, what are the city needs? Is it, do they want Wi-Fi at all the parks? Do they want connecting all the city facilities together? Do they want smart traffic control systems? What are all these different things that need to happen? And then we put that together with a conceptual design. This is what would need to be built. And we break it down into phases. Phase one is, as we're talking about the Ventura County, they have this middle mile project where they're trying to connect all the city, at least the city halls together. They also want to connect some anchor institutions, if there's big healthcare institutions or fire stations or any other government facilities. That's what they're focusing on. So the phase one is help encourage that to happen. And if you can't see it, it's down to the bottom, pinkish. It doesn't show up very good on this, but there's a little pink line. It comes over into up to City Hall. The second one would be connecting city facilities together, then going after some schools, and then what we call diversity is the yellow. That is anytime you have a network, you want to be able to serve it from many different areas. If something gets cut or broken, you can serve it from a different direction and you no longer have that outage. The last one that we're going to talk about is actually one of the first things we recommend is the last mile funded areas. And these are what we got approval for to help try to get that funding, the $45 million to get the state to help pay for this. And this attacks those areas on those maps that don't have access to fiber optic networks. It's stuff that's been identified by the state of California as, you know, areas that have need. And you can see up in the top north area, there's the Hueneme Bay, but also the neighborhood right next to it to the left. That has a lot of need. And this helps get that. So we're going to try to help get that money to help build the network that'll get it up there. So when we do the high level design, we break it down into different phases, how long it would take. On this one, you can see this is how many months it would take for each one of the phases on top of each other. This is what the actual overall cost would be. The $7.9 million is with a 10% contingency, because nothing, if you've ever done construction, nothing ever goes to plan. There's always something that gets in the way. So what we do is a very basic, quick, yet conservative budget, and then we add a little on top of it because you never want to be surprised by something at the end. And it breaks it down by phase, each phase, how much it's going to cost for each one of those phases. Again, hopefully we can get the last mile funding and that'll pay for a lot of this. There's even parts of it, the diversity we found out just the other day with the CPUC, California Public Utilities Commission said that you can actually add in the diversity as part of the last mile funding. So the last mile and also the diversity were above that could actually be paid for by the last mile funding. So that was good news we found out just the other day. Yeah.
Looking at the numbers and the total, I see the last four seem to be more than $7 million. Am I looking at this correct? If the total's 7.2 million, you have 3 million.
Oh, what?
What's the-
Yeah, it's
what's
kind of
the
a confusing
total?
thing. So to break down, like if you look at the last mile, it gives a subtotal and then right below it, it gives the total.
So it's the same number.
It's the same number. Because if you look like up at the city facilities, they're two separate lines. So it adds those and gives you a total. So it's a little
Okay.
confusing.
It's very confusing.
Yeah,
look at the left-hand
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You would add just the shaded ones.
Appreciate it. Just checking your math.
Yes, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, well, you know, and it's when you point it out that I'm like,
Actually, it's
oh,
not
yeah,
even
it's
just
kind
a
of a
shape.
cruddy map, isn't it? Or a cruddy table. I should have cleaned that up.
Yeah, I think it's just the colors are off. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, yeah. I apologize for that, but yes, it's read only the lines that say total.
Yeah.
Okay, and I will turn it back over to Jeff.
Yeah, so some of the things we noticed were gaps in the policy and governance. The biggest one is probably doing a dig once joint trench policy. We highly recommend that. We know that you're mostly built out, so development review may not be a big impact for the city, but it's something you need to take into account for with development agreements. And another big one is trying to take advantage of capital projects. If you have old streets or pipes in your streets that need to be rebuilt, that's a great time to drop in conduit if it's not already there. Partnership opportunities, you're in a rare occasion right now. We usually don't walk in some place where there's already a big regional project going on. So right now there is opportunity to partner with a regional JPA. We're highly recommending that you do that. As I mentioned to Steve earlier, usually when you go out to try to find a private sector partner with the funding you get from the last mile funding, it's a 6 to 9 month project that costs $20,000 to $30,000. The county's already gone through that process, and I can't say who it is because I don't know, but they're going to announce that on Wednesday. They've already identified a partner that's willing to build out within the region, which is great for the city if you guys join that because all that work is already done. So that's the regional effort is near completion. The JPA was recently approved. They had a ladder grant for $500,000. That was recently approved, so they are now funded to do that regional effort and create the JPA. What this provides for the region and why we highly recommend that the city move forward is you're going to be at the same level as all the other cities. You're not going to be left out because if they build fiber and you don't, you're going to be less competitive. So what we're recommending is in joining the regional effort plus going for the last mile grant, you guys will be in that competitive mode right from the start. And I know that in the future, they're supposed to be bringing in another big fiber line for the Navy. It's been worked on for about 10 years, I believe, and maybe within 2 years, I've been told, they might be putting that together. So that will be a big effort to drive economic development within the area. When you do the joint private sector partnership, that provides you an opportunity for savings, but with a regional effort, that drives that up even more. You have a larger economy of scale. Which provides a greater benefit to the community. I'm not sure how the county is set up to do this yet, but we'll find out soon. But there's possible revenue sharing, and usually you do non-exclusivity. And what that means is you're building a network that is open, so you have competitive competition, so you drive down cost. So our recommendations overall is to form a designated broadband advisory board. This is a group that would help, lead this and make sure that the effort's moving forward. Unfortunately, with the CPUC and the federal funding, it does really expedite the project. You're moving pretty fast, faster than normal. Create the policies and workflows. The biggest one would probably be a dig once policy. We recommend creating a technology enterprise fund.
And what that allows you to do is when someone is digging up the street and you identify that as an area where you want to build, you have the funding available to put conduit or fiber in there. So it's kind of like the crawl, walk, run approach, where you build it incrementally over time. You may not get there today, but maybe in 10 years you'll use that piece. And I've done that. I was a CIO, Chief Information Officer of 3 cities, and we did that in every city, every one of those. We recommend that you pursue the last mile funding. You've already signed up to do that, which is great. And like I say, we anticipate there's $20 million set aside for this county, and we're only aware that Ventura, City of Ventura, and the county applying. So you're very well positioned to obtain funding for that. We recommend taking part of the regional effort. We recommend creating a public-private partnership. And like I say, with the opportunity to join the JPA, who's already done this, that's a great opportunity. As I mentioned, incrementally build out broadband infrastructure and support digital inclusion. Like I say, you have a huge need in the Port Hueneme Bay, and the funding that's being provided by Last Mile will help resolve that. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your presentation. Questions at this time?
Yeah, it's funny when I think of broadband and I'm trying to put my head around it. I think back to when I was a teenager, and broadband for me in high school was having a dime and access to a payphone if I got in trouble. And so when I see these areas that are in dire need, for me, it's like a safety issue. Like, you know, if you're at the beach and you have an emergency and then you don't have service, I mean, you know, that just ruins, you know, the greatness of having a cell phone. So my question is, how do we address those lacking areas first?
Well, the funding, the whole phases is usually that's a long set of phase, but with the funding that's coming in, we anticipate that probably being expedited because you're going to get funding in there. And the funding from the Last Mile is there, and it's made specifically for those unserved areas. And if you see in the plan, it doesn't go all the way to the beach area, but we are aware that that's an area of need. So we put one of the phases which extends fiber optics down to the beach. So now you can extend high-speed broadband internet there. Some of the luxuries that you're going to get if you join the JPA into this regional effort, I think you're going to get it no matter what. But the part of the very first beginning phase from the county is they're extending fiber optics to your city hall, which means you're connected to the regional effort, which means you have access to hubs of wholesale vendors for internet access. Now you have the ability for the city and for you to extend it to the schools to get wholesale broadband internet, which drastically reduces the cost. And if you're extending it out to your beach, you've already got the fiber out there. Now it's going to be a lot easier to extend Wi-Fi technology for your during the peak season.
So, Mike, so we can address those most needy areas first.
You have to with the Last Mile funding. That's
the
what
Last
the funding.
Mile funding.
Yes.
Okay.
That's where it's go through. But we gave the other phases because that's those things that you know, you take into consideration. You know, working with your schools may already have a broadband need, so maybe you don't need to connect to schools. So, and then we always put that in the plans because we highly recommend that you do that, because once you get access to that wholesale internet access, that can even drive their costs down. And it's always, you know, education to me is highly important.
So that there's opportunities for partnering. And
yes,
with
exactly.
The school district is a different public entity than us.
Yeah, and the school districts, the same funding that gives them low internet access for broadband can also be used to build infrastructure. So if you partner with them and they're good partners, you can actually share additional cost.
Thank you.
Question. This weekend, I had an opportunity to talk to Hugh Riley with the Ventura Council of Governments, and he mentioned that there was a public utilities grant that was of millions of dollars for broadband. Do you know if that's the Middle Mile project or if it's for something else? Are you aware of?
So the Middle Mile project is already funded.
That's what I
They're in the
thought.
process of building that right now. We anticipate that they're going to be coming to City Hall in Port Hueneme in the year, 24, 25. That extra money is the money for building the Last Mile. That's the blue line you saw on the map earlier, which covers a lot of your city already, and especially the unserved areas. What we recently found out that Preston mentioned earlier, I was attended a CPUC meeting a couple of days ago, and they announced that yes, you can. What diversity means you're trying to come in from two different directions, not into the same spot. You're offsetting. You're kind of hitting different places. So it's not redundancy. You could be the same spot. Diversity is now you're highly protected, and they're saying that you can fund that depending on how you allocate the grant. So we will be working very hard to try to get that included into your grant.
Great, I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. The other opportunity I had not too long ago was to meet with a Spectrum representative, and he mentioned that they are installing broadband, I don't know if it's fiber optics or some other method at Hueneme Bay. So there is work being done. Were you aware of that? Okay,
There have been discussions.
I see. Okay. Okay.
And our practice when we're coming in doing a broadband plan is that it does raise the attention of the broadband providers in that area, and then they start taking a look at these things. We're evangelists. We want broadband everywhere. So we don't care how it's built. If it gets piques their attention, they get it there, that's great. But most of the time we find it's a delay tactic. City government's trying to do something and they come in and say they're going to do something and they end up not doing it because it's still not a return on investment.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Are there any public comments regarding this item?
We have a public comment from John Welty.
Greetings, everyone. It's my pleasure to address you tonight. I'm John Welty. I'm an engineer with Wi-Fi Harbor Internet, which we are at Hueneme Bay right now. This is the president of the company, Mike Taylor. We've been, Wi-Fi Harbor's been in Hueneme Bay for 8 years. We've been providing fixed wireless internet, which isn't super high speed, but it is reliable. We have 360 customers at this time that are very happy with our personalized service that we do give them. I have a background in owning an internet company myself, and I also have 30 years in constructing facilities for television and post-production facilities and network facilities in the LA and Hollywood area. I worked with Mike now for 6 months. We have proposed a Wi-Fi harbor doing a fiber optic infrastructure project at Hueneme Bay in competition with Spectrum. Spectrum would do like a standard thing where they give internet to everybody like they do. They offer for around $50 or something like that. We would do the same thing, but we're proposing a very robust, bidirectional, high-speed enterprise type system that gives 2 fibers directly from our head end to every residence instead of one that wraps around and distributes it like that. We also are very public safety minded as well. We want to provide local access points for Wi-Fi in the whole area, in the pool and clubhouse area. We're also looking at putting points of access throughout the entire community for PTZ cameras, as well as license plate readers at the point of entries for Hueneme Bay. And then we would have we would have a fiber optic link that would go from Hueneme Bay's hub, where we're at right now, to the city that would go into your infrastructure eventually. So your police department could look at our cameras. And then, of course, in the future, it would be great for the city with this regional project going on that you'd have intermunicipality connectivity for public safety as well, where City of Ventura and Oxnard could look at our city's cameras and license plate readers and vice versa. Like I said, we're a local company. We provide excellent service. In the last business meeting, they were announced that there was going to be Spectrum, Yondu, and Wi-Fi Harbor. And when they mentioned Wi-Fi Harbor, there was applause among the residents because the service that we provided them, that personal service and attention they've had, has been very well received. And they want us to do our fiber optic installation. If you go to wifiharbor.net, which after the meeting, I'm going to give you all business cards, Mike and I will. You can go to our website and see our fiber optic plan that we're proposing to Hueneme Bay. And of course, we'd like to have some of that last mile funding because the return on investment is impossible without it. And we'd like to get that funding as well. Thank you for your time. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Walty.
Thank you.
Are there any more?
That
public
concludes
comments?
public comment.
Okay. The rec.
Hello, I'm Susan Levin. I live in Wanami Bay. I have been the coordinator of the project for the Board of Directors of comparing different opportunities for us. As you can imagine, we are 773 non-professional internet users, and it's been a huge project for us to figure it out. We have put together an extensive comparison of the opportunities that we have, and we would like to get started because we have a broad community that we're all 55 and older, but some people are working and doing a lot of creative work and they need high-speed internet. There are other people who are just happy to be able to do their email, and that's it, and that's all they know and they want to know. So we're trying to accommodate a very large group of diverse people. And as we get older, the new people coming in are younger and they want even more because their expectations are higher. As I said, we've worked very hard putting together 3 different bids. I have a lot of extensive information. We would value being able to work with the city or with your consultants to make a final decision so that we make the best decision that coordinates with the needs of the city and with us, and we are doing what works for the entire community. So any help or any recommendations that anyone has, we would appreciate that. We are getting ready to vote, but as I said, we're not professionals, so we would appreciate the help of all the professionals that we could get to make the best decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levin. The recommendation is to approve the broadband master plan as prepared by Government Technology Group LLC and direct staff to return to council with a recommendation, a recommended set of steps to begin the implementation of the plan. May I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve?
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you please take a vote?
It's Mr. Mayor, I don't know if they needed the steps identified? Or are you good? It says what the recommended set of steps to begin the implementation plan. Did you need something identified and laid out, or are you good with the recommendation as is?
I think we got it. I understood it to be the steps from the master plan
Oh,
study.
got it, sorry. Okay,
Thanks.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Just make a comment because we went into
Yeah.
that vote really quick.
Go on.
You know, I think that the need in Wainimi is great, and I hope that we can figure out a way to help Wainimi secure a better service in their community. You know, we've been struggling for years in how in communicating with Wainimi residents. And my thinking has always been, well, not all of them are on computers, so we have to send them hard copy information if we're going to communicate with them. So it just makes our job much easier if we can get Wainimi residents up to speed on broadband so we can do a better job ourselves in communicating with you. So I'm glad to hear that you've been working on it and that you're still out there in Wainimi. I'm going to look you up. Thank you.
So I know we voted and know we approved it, but I do have a question. How do we make sure Wainimi Bay is getting the benefit of what you're developing and what you're working on? Because it would be a colossal blunder if Wainimi Bay went in a direction that didn't conform with the direction that you're taking us. I hear that, you know, that they're looking at alternatives right now, and I just want to make sure that Wainimi Bay is embedded into this plan.
Good point, Councilmember. And really, since the community workshop that was held at Wainimi Bay earlier this year, we've been coordinating pretty closely with Susan. I hope you'll agree. And already have made connections between Wainimi Bay and Preston specifically for some discussions there. And I think from this point forward, I'll just keep that coordination in place so that they know what's going on
Am
at
I
this end.
correct in feeling that there's a little bit uncertainty in terms of where you're going with your decision?
Yes, please.
We have three opportunities, three companies that have submitted formal bids to us. We put out an RFP and, went through the whole thing. And each of them has different strengths. And as you know, Spectrum is a international company or a national company, and they have a certain strength and they have a certain ability. Wi-Fi Harbor is a very local company. They have some strength just because they're local. And then we have Yondu, which is a division of Mid-Atlantic Broadcast, which has been serving Hueneme Bay with some problems with coax, not fiber, they are interested in coming in and putting in fiber. And all of these fibers will demand that we basically rip up the streets, the alleys, the grass, everything. If you're familiar with what Hueneme Bay looks like, there's a whole lot of buildings that have to be connected. So we want to make the right decision with the company that has the right facilities, that has the funding to do it. And I've put together a lot of information that I could supply the council or with Preston and Steve and work with them to help us make our final decision, because it's pluses and minuses all the way, which, as you all know, if you do contracting, when it comes down to the end, it's not just who you like, it's who can do the job and do it fast.
Right, and for me, I'm over 55.
Welcome to Hueneme Bay.
But, it's very difficult to master all these technologies and options and what's best and where's the city going. And so I just want to make sure that you are getting advice or assistance, or that you're meeting and that you're getting all the needed information to make the best possible decision.
Well, I think that will really help now that you have endorsed the plan that they brought to you, because Preston was always very clear that he was working for the city, not for Hueneme Bay, and was working and developing his project for them. But he did give us in the past some advice that made us go back to our contractors and ask more questions. So that was very helpful already, that we learned some of the things that we need to look for in a contract. As you can imagine, Spectrum especially has a contract that's like this thick, that covers every single little thing you can imagine. It's dense, it's 8-point type, and others were more informal, but informal doesn't make it worse necessarily. And we're just trying to finalize a decision because we don't want to hang around anymore. This has been a problem for 7 years since Communication Services pulled out, and that coax cable is no longer any good. So we're not using it at all. They have to do new tunneling to get in. So we would value, and if you just make sure that they know they can work with us, then we'll be happy. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to that point, I had stepped away just to make sure I had everybody's contact information. I'm not sure exactly what level of assistance the consultants can provide, but we will connect everybody and make sure that we're doing what we can do. So.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to item number 19, discussion of potential community benefit fund projects for fiscal year 2023-2024. Will staff please present the report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This item is on the agenda per the council request at the July 3rd special meeting. A little bit of background: the Community Benefit Fund was created per the 2015 a 2015 settlement agreement, whereby the Oxnard Harbor District agreed to contribute $100,000 to the Community Benefit Fund when the port earns over $13 million. For this year, it's anticipated that the funding will be approximately $121,000, plus a carryover of $6,066. There's a small typo on the report several times where it said 137,000. It should have said 127,000. So if that's important to, small typo, but it's $10,000. So it's important to know.
Excuse me, if I may, it's actually the other way around.
Oh,
It's actually 131,000 plus the 6,000. So.
Oh, okay, so
we've
the-
got
the typo was in the
137,000.
120.
There is a typo, but it's in our figure.
Oh, okay,
yes.
good.
Oh.
Great. I thought I was giving bad news.
I was upset for a split second.
Okay. And so on the May 24th meeting between the city and the Harbor District, potential projects were discussed. The table on page 2 of the report, labeled Table 2, was the proposed list of potential projects for this year. And so since that chart is in the report, I won't list the amounts, but I will list the projects. The projects that were proposed were additional funds for the Bard sculpture, additional funds for a public mural, the Washington DC Coalition City and Port trip we discussed earlier, scholarships, the Police Explorers, the Real Guppy program, the Lego First Robotics competition, youth music and cultural programs and education, Little League, Sister City program, and caregivers. And so at this point, those have been identified as potential projects, and we're presenting it tonight for the council to discuss those or any other potential projects that we can then take forward to the port, or sorry, to the harbor. And so with that, both Tony and I are available to answer any questions, and it's back to the council for discussion.
Can you clarify exactly how much more other than those amounts is left? Because I know the total says 95, but I know there was a typo, so I just want to double check. How much more do we need to allocate? Was it 40, like?
Is it 42,000?
Correct.
Yes, 42,000.
Correct, yes. I also want to point out real quick, and we have the requester here. There was one additional request made back in January outside of this that I also put in the staff report with regard to a project for the Hueneme High School Tennis Club.
I'd like to go ahead and move that we approve that Hueneme request.
Well, can we, are there any more questions?
I have questions though too.
Yeah, let's ask questions, then we'll take public comment, and then we'll have discussion. Questions?
Okay, can I go ahead? Thank you. So I'm looking at table 1 and doing some comparison with table 2, and it looks like we're going to continue funding some of the projects that we've continued to fund over the last few years, except for Cat's Cradle. Was there a reason that Cat's Cradle was dropped?
I believe they aren't doing.
The
They reached out to 'em?
Trap and rescue and
Right,
release?
there was a pause in the program, so they
Okay.
did a request.
Okay.
So that's why it was left out.
Okay, and then on the table 1, we have Inlakeck identified, but then on table 2, we don't have it identified. We just have youth music and cultural programs and education. Are we still thinking Inlakeck?
I believe it's the same one.
Okay, because I think we need to be clear on that, so it doesn't get allocated to
I
some.
had that same question, but I'm pretty sure
Okay.
it was in the catch.
And then for the items where it's not defined, is that, are we gonna be looking to this 42,000, 66 to fill in these not defined areas for?
And also maybe add other potential ones, such as the requested one by Walter Moody.
Okay, and then the scholarships, what kind of scholarships are we talking about here? I don't know what that,
So that was brought up by myself. I'd like to, I was thinking about when I graduated from high school and I was worried about going to college, not knowing how I was going to pay for college exactly. And my idea was that we would give out some scholarships, have a dinner, a reception dinner for the scholarship winners and their families, and then have we can have council and commissioners present for them to introduce and take photos for that event. So that was the idea that I had. We didn't define a set amount, but that was an idea that I had in terms of scholarships. Finding a way for the port and then the city to come together, do some good things in the community, give out some scholarships, and have that reception for the family.
So are you talking about funding just the reception, or are we
Both.
talking about funding reception and issuing a scholarship?
And I did have a suggestion today as to the amount and
Oh,
how
okay.
it would be broken down, but I don't know if you want me to answer that right now.
Yeah. How much were you thinking for the scholarships?
So the idea would be about, it doesn't have to be, say, $10,000, it could be less. But I was thinking the breakdown would be, let's just say 75% of that would go towards the scholarships, and then the other 25 would go towards the reception. We might not even need that much for the reception. It was an estimate of, let's just say anywhere like $2,000 for the catering, and the port likes to do their receptions at the museum down by the harbor.
Okay. And then, as far as the Bard sculpture, they were already given 50,000, so this would be, they're talking now about the Bard sculpture costing 90,000.
They wanted to make it bigger by,
Do they have a proposal yet?
Yeah, they had a they had a drawing of it, and it was in early stages, and it would have been nice if we got a copy of that.
yeah, I just noticed that I didn't bring
Yeah,
my
because I
copy.
remember seeing something, but I didn't know that they had actually identified a vendor or gotten a proposal on the cost, so I was just curious. And then for the public mural, you know, I've been busy working on a grant to get additional funding for the library mural. We have a proposal for that in total is for $47,000. We have $25,000 covered. The additional 10 would be great to help in helping us complete or launch the library mural, but it wouldn't cover the pop-up murals. So we would be looking for another 22,000 to do both the pop-up and the library. But I think if that's not possible, we would be happy to receive the 10,000 and allocate that so we can get the library mural off the ground. Because I was working hours on this other grant, and it's brutal. It's taking a lot of time, and we're only asking National Endowment of the Arts for $25,000 to cover the full cost. But if we could get 10,000 from the Community Benefit Fund, that would help us at least begin the process with the library mural, and we can set aside this grant application for another time.
That's where the idea came from, the 10,000, just so you know. Councilmember Gama, question?
Yes, I don't want to sound negative, but I do believe the Community Benefit Fund is best spent directing it towards youth of our community. Our community's youth struggle, and I appreciate public art, and I appreciate sculpture, but the amounts are pretty large. And, you know, so and I also recall making a suggestion that when it comes to the public mural project, that we engage with the Oxnard Union High School District and their art departments and involve students. And I believe, it's my opinion only, but I believe that we could achieve great art projects working through the Oxnard Union High School District high school art programs. I know many of the teachers there, and they have tremendous talents, and I think we could turn this into a real benefit. I'm all for public art, but I want to try to keep the
What was your
costs down.
question?
I'm just making a comment about how I'd like to engage the high school district in our art projects, and I think it would save us money. So I appreciate all the youth-directed 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. I mean, that's really good. I do want to support Hueneme High School and Walter Moody's request I recall last year we put $5,000 to support the athletic program at Wainimi High School. Would love to see that again. But my whole opinion and effort on the community benefit fund is to support the youth of our community. So I just want to make that point that we strongly look into those directions to involve the youth of our community.
I have a question for council. Are there any other items that you would want to add other than, say, the tennis and that's not present here? I'm just curious. I'm curious to hear how the council was thinking.
Last time we, like I said, we allocated $5,000 to Wainimi High School to be spent on the athletic department. And I don't know the request amount that Mr. Moody is
In the
asking for.
report, it's 2,500.
Yeah, 2,500.
2,500. It's not on here though.
It's on the next page.
And there's a application attached at the very end of your packet.
Okay. I guess I wanted to answer that question that I just asked you. So as you all know, I've been working on events in the city. The first events were city-sponsored pop-up sporting events. The next level event was a music and literature event that took place on April 31st. And I had support from the port, lots of support. And then in the Wainimi Fun Run, which was last Sunday, it was also supported by the port. They provided the medals for all the winners.
Did it come out of the community benefit?
It did not come out of the community benefit fund. And one of the suggestions by the CEO of the port was, how about we take some of the money from the community benefit fund, use that money for events where the port and the city both come together and work together to implement these events that I know that all of us would like to see in our city. So I was suggesting that some of the money that's left over, after we do provide the tennis tournament and the scholarship event, that we use that money towards events in our city where the port and the city both come together and implement some of these events. Whatever money's left over after any other ideas that we might have. I did my calculations, and if we did do 10,000 for the scholarships, and we did do, say, 5,000 for Sister City, and then 5,000 for the Little League, and then the Mr. Moody's tennis tournament, we would have a little bit under $20,000 for events in the city, and that would be anywhere between 2 to 4 events that we could do. The event that took place yesterday was done with relatively low cost, not including city employees. It was under $5,000, a lot less than, or a little bit less than $5,000, right? So if we did do 4 more events, or let's just say anywhere between 2 to 4, that $20,000 or a little bit less than $20,000 would be more than enough.
So is Cats
No,
in the
it's
Cradle
not.
is off?
Yeah, that's off.
Okay, so, all right, I just, I want to continue to support Wainimi High School athletics. And I think a tennis tournament would be awesome, but I also want to continue to support all the other athletic departments at Wainimi High School. But I think it looks to me like there's plenty of money to spread around, and scholarships, super important. I agree with you 100%. I think that's a great thing. Again, directing toward the youth of our community, getting kids and a $500 or $1,000, I don't know, but having a come together luncheon, maybe we could do it at the Ocean View Pavilion. I mean, you know,
Yeah, no, of course. We can always move the location.
but again, I'm for anything that benefits a youth in our community.
Yes, Councilor.
Make a couple
Member
of comments.
Hernandez?
I appreciate the $5,000 recommendation for the Sister City program, but we've been invited now to go to Puerto Vallarta in November, and I would like to ask for maybe an additional $2,500 to cover our costs of travel for the 2 people who are in charge of that committee. So, would that be possible?
I think it's possible. I think 5,000 might be more than enough considering for myself, when I went in February, I don't think I spent more than 1,500.
Yeah, because I thought the 5,000, and we're gonna have to sit down and do a budget, but the 5,000 would be to actually establish the nonprofit, do some planning for the Sister City Committee members, do some training for them,
Okay.
and focus on the organization. So, if
I
you think
I would be okay with that. The
community benefit fund, that's what we're talking about, 7,500.
I understand that, but we have $42,000 to allocate.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
And then if you minus Mr. Moody's, let's just say then there's about 40,000 left. So the idea was, my original idea was 5 for Sister City, 5 for Little League, 10 for scholarships, and then the 20 for the events. But
Right.
we can always take some away from
Right.
the events.
But
And
is anyone interested in trying to engage the OUHSD art departments to work and lower the cost for the public mural?
I didn't want to lower the cost for the public mural because at the end of the day, let's just say we do include the OUHSD, at the very least, we have that amount fixed for all the art and all the.
And let me reiterate, which I've said several times before, and when we discussing this public mural project, there is a community engagement piece, and the Oxnard Unified School District's art program, the Wainimi art program, who I've, both instructors I've already talked to, there will be a piece, they will be invited to participate to some level. We just don't know exactly how. It could be with the interactive murals, it could be with the library mural. We're hoping that when we work with the Oxnard Performing Arts Center, that will be figured out, but we have not, we have addressed that suggestion, so.
I don't know if it's been suggested, but
I want to,
addressed, but
if you don't mind, I feel like we've already started the discussion. Can we hear public comments first before we start discussing?
sorry.
We have no public comments.
Okay, all right, then let's go ahead and,
Oh, do you want? Sorry, Mr. Moody wants to provide a public comment. Go ahead, Mr. Moody. You can come up to the podium.
Distinguished council members, thank you for letting me speak for a minute. I just want to clarify something concerning the tournament. Actually, what it is, it's a field trip. We take our boys and girls tennis team down to Indian Wells. There's a professional tournament down there. We have about 46 kids on our boys and girls team. We train together. We were subsidized by the school district for the tournament in March. And I had approached, I'm one of the commissioners, the Citizens Advisory, and I didn't know that there would be a conflict of interest, that I really didn't know about the community fund or anything like that. So what we're trying to do is plan for the next tournament that's going to be in March of 2024. And what we would do this time, we had to take a big yellow school bus, and that was a long trip. So we were trying to accrue some monies, in order to go next for the next tournament. I just want to tell you a quick story, and I won't take up any more of your time. With our team, and I work with Mr. Martinez. We're colleagues over there at the school. We're 90% Hispanic, 45% ESL. We have a lot of kids that never get out of the community. We were going to a match up at Villanova Prep, and we're going up to 33. And one of the kids asked me, "How far is Ohio from here?" And I was half asleep, on the trip. And then when I realized what she meant was Ojai, I turned around and I said, "Ojai is 9 miles from here. Ohio is about 1,600 miles." And then I found out that the bane of her existence was she lived on down the street right off of Saviors, and she lived in the trailer park right there. She went to church, she went to the park, and she went to school. That was the bane of her existence. This is a trip that gets kids out of the city, get down there to see stuff, see the professional tournaments. And one of the things that we have going right now is we have a lot of colleges that are interested in our athletes. And I forget what the quote was, but you know, you giving them a hand up, not a handout. You know, and I appreciate the opportunity to try to make this trip happen. You know, through you all, and I'm very grateful. You know, for you guys to give us this opportunity. So thanks very much. Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Walter Moody. I'd like to mention that while not all of this is supporting youth, every single one, there is a vast majority that supports youth. And I'd like to make a motion to approve not just the table 2, but add $10,000 for scholarships for the scholarship idea, $5,000 for Little League, $7,500 for Sister City, and then the rest, and Mr. Walter Moody's request for $2,500, and whatever's left after that for the city events between the city and the port. That would be my motion.
Yes.
Oh, second.
Are there any other motions?
I just want to support Wainimi High School athletics again.
My only comment to that is, just like how Mr. Moody came and he did an application, I think we should go out to the sports and from Wainimi for them to also do a request for the community benefit fund for next community benefit cycle.
I have a question too about the event allocation. Would it be possible to use part of that funding to help provide a light lunch for the coastal cleanup, for the people who participate in the coastal cleanup? Because they come out early in the morning, they're out on the sand, the hot sand, and they work pretty hard, and they come back and we give them water and energy bars, which aren't really energy bars. And a lot of times they ask for lunch.
Are you talking about the coastal keepers?
Yeah, no, the coastal cleanup, the annual coastal cleanup that Councilman Gama and I organize.
Is it yours or is
It's
it?
a city-sponsored event.
The
Annual coastal cleanup.
California Coastal Cleanup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can amend my motion and to add that. How much would it be?
Well, no, I would just say, well, if you have that category of events, of money allocated for events that are jointly planned between.
That could be an event that the port and the city both come together.
Yeah,
Yes,
could we do that?
Yeah, no, of
Okay,
course, yes.
okay. Just
So-
put that on the list when you meet with them. Okay.
Yeah, I'll bring that up when Mayor Pro Tem and myself meet with the port.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we have a second. Are there any other motions? Madam Clerk, may we get a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing,
I'll just vote present.
are
It's
you
either yes,
abstaining?
no, or
It's-
abstain.
Well, you know, I just feel like, I feel, I'm really hung up on the art project, and I really wanted to involve the youth of our community through the high school district, and so we're.
I will assure you that the youth in our community is going to be involved in.
No,
the
I know
art
they
mural.
are, but not on the art mural. And
Yeah,
so, and
I've
that's-
repeatedly told you that we will be outreaching to them in the process of completing that mural.
Right, but my recollection was we were gonna spend a lot
All
of
right,
money
I'm not
to
gonna
get somebody
entertain
to-
this discussion. We are gonna move on to city manager reports and comments. I'm
Okay,
not
so I'm
sure-
just gonna say we're gonna have Councilmember Gama abstaining from the vote.
I'll vote yes, but
Okay,
I'm just not
so
too.
all in
pleased
favor,
with
the
it.
motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Mr. James Vega, are there any, and actually, I don't know if Tony Stewart, would you actually like to make some comments too? Because I know it's been 2 weeks and I know that was Your 2 weeks.
Well, you got most of my comments this past Friday with regard to activities going on, and at this point, it's kind of a relief, I guess, or at least I'm back to my usual spot in the corner with community development, and we'll be looking at some long-range planning projects kicking off here shortly based on our general plan to implement those. But just over the last couple of weeks, it's been fairly quiet around here. We are working with the the mural project. We have an RFP right now out for that. And otherwise, just again, it was great serving up there with you all, and and I'll continue to do so for my normal daily post. So thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay, and I'm not sure if anyone wants to say anything to Tony before we move on to James Vega.
Thank you. I think that's a big one.
And I want to thank Tony for holding down the fort. 2 positions over 4 months, and you were great. How many months? 6 over 6 months. Let's get that correct. Okay. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
I don't have much to add. I'm about 12 hours in, so I don't have a whole lot yet. And I'm sitting here looking at the time. I'm like, I thought I'd have like 3 more hours until the city manager's report, because that's what I've gotten used to. It's about a midnight city manager's report. So I'm glad it's earlier, but not much to report. I think we'll have a lot to report at the next meeting. A lot just from one day. There's a lot going on, a lot of good things happening. So we'll try to keep those things happening, and I'll have more to report at the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vega. We're going to move on to council member reports and comments. We're going to start with Councilmember McLean Lejeune.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I've been attending my committee meetings, an update on the Gold Coast Transit strike. I'm not sure if they finalized it, but they reached a tentative agreement. So hoping to hear that they finalized it for their supervisors were on strike. The Regional Defense Partnership of the 21st Century, which we know by RDP 21, it is now RDP. They've dropped the 21st Century. I want to thank our mayor for his efforts in our fun run event. While I showed up late, I was able to get some pickleball lessons, and so enjoyed that. And it was just a good time. It was a good time to see the residents out. Everyone was pretty excited. We know if that is something that we will continue to do throughout the years, that it's just going to get better. And so I'm looking forward to that. So thank you for your work and the work of everyone else who helped setting that up. And I think that is all that I have. Thank you.
I attended the Beacon meeting this past Friday, and it was really cool. They did an in-depth study on who goes to the beach, and it's kind of hard to believe, but they, through cell phone pings and analysis and looking at the entire year, average of 1,400 people per day come to Hueneme Beach, if you could believe that. And so we're going to get our hands on that data and already discuss it with our city manager. There's a lot of great opportunities, a lot of good insight in this data to understand who's coming to our beach. Of course, wellness is a big aspect of our visitors to Hueneme Beach. Real Guppies alone brings probably a couple thousand people a year to Hueneme Beach. We just saw yesterday or this past Saturday, Copacabana Soccer. Again, they're just amazing people. They come, they respect the beach. I get to talk to a lot of them. They really enjoy coming here. A lot of them come from Palmdale, from places where it's well over 100. And so we need to understand like who's coming to our beaches and why are they coming to our beaches. So we'll get that data, and we'll hopefully be able to utilize it to our benefit. I don't know if y'all have noticed what I noticed, but there is a proliferation of skunks in the city of Port Hueneme and down where I work out at the port. there's families of them. And my theory is that the abundance of cat food out there may be aiding to their numbers blowing up. Just last night, there was 3 of them in my front yard. There was 2 across the street. I mean, they're everywhere and they're cute. They're so cute. I just love skunks, but don't run into them. Mayor Martinez's dog got a gift. One other things that in this analysis, beach access, access to the beach, and when you think about access, there's a lot of different points to think about. And one thing that I don't agree with is having our parking lots gated off, especially when it's summertime and it's 6 a.m. and we have parking lots closed. And oftentimes, just this weekend, matter of fact, on Saturday, there were so many visitors to Hueneme Beach, there wasn't enough parking until staff came down and opened up parking lot C, probably right around 10 a.m. So, access is super important. The beach provides wellness to many people, and I think we really need to focus on making sure that our beach is accessible. Hueneme Beach cleanup is continuing on, and super impressed with what has happened over the last nearly 8 years. We just do a little bit every week, and it's really making a big difference. So to all the people that volunteer and come out, I really want to encourage you to keep coming. And
Do you have anything on VCOG?
no, we haven't had a meeting. I may have missed a meeting, but I don't have anything from VCOG to share.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Martinez. Last week, I attended the SCAG Regional Policy Meeting and Transportation Committee meeting at the SCAG headquarters in downtown Los Angeles, and they have a really nice setup. And I used to work at City Hall in Los Angeles many years ago, and it just it's changed so much since that time. But it was really exciting to be downtown again, and then also during the meeting, meet with other city council members from other jurisdictions and board of supervisors from other jurisdictions. And I was at the meeting when they announced the $80 million grant that the port is going to receive. So that was really exciting. Tomorrow, I have another SCAG meeting. I'll be attending remotely from City Hall through the City Council office. So I'll be in the office from about 8:30 to 10. The Beacon meeting was, I attended remotely. The presentation was excellent. The data that they are producing from that cell phone study, they're doing it to look at access and how to better develop access to our beaches within the Beacon area, which is San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura. But that data, and as Councilman Agama mentioned during that meeting, that data is going to be important to us when we get into developing our economic development plan. So we have to, let's keep that in mind when we get into that plan, that to touch base with the people who did that study and find out what more information they can provide to us regarding access and visitors to our beach. Let's see, I think that is all I have. We're continuing work on the mural project. That's moving along fine. The Go Human project is on board for the August 7th Wellness Fair. And other than that, I think that's it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I attended my SCAG meeting, in the comforts of my home, not dealing with LA traffic, which I'm happy to do. I unfortunately didn't learn anything to bring back to Hueneme. It's very often that they don't have a lot of ideas for us because we are such a unique city and we don't deal with a lot of the problems that the bigger cities down in LA have to deal with. But I'll keep participating and hopefully they'll come up with something that'll be useful. I attended the EDC meeting, which they went over the last mile funding plan, and I have a lot of information about grants and some stuff to give to the city manager on that. I think that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
I want to thank.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Explorer graduation, which we have 2 new Explorers, and I want to congratulate them on a job well done of completing that program. We had 5, and unfortunately, we had 3 that didn't make it through. I'm hoping they will retry next summer because it is a very beneficial program. So congratulations to the Montelongos for their job well done as advisors.
I want to thank everyone that participated in the Wainimi Fun Run yesterday. We had our very own Councilmember Laura Hernandez who participated in the run. Councilmember Gama showed up in his break after working, I don't know how many hours, but he came to support. Councilmember McQueen was there too, even though she had just gotten back from a trip. And then I also appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's text letting me know that she wasn't going to be able to make it because she wasn't feeling well, but I know she was excited to participate. I want to thank City Council for approving this event. I know it was something that was maybe had you a little nervous, not really knowing what the event was going to be like, but I think it was a success. I want to thank Tony Stewart for his support. Even I know staff was a little hesitant on having the Jolly Jumper, considering we had an ordinance for noise complaint, but I think it went great. We had the insurance, and I think we didn't have any accidents. I want to thank Anna from Parks and her staff, Taylor Penny, for helping me out with the rock painting that we did last Wednesday. That was a success. I collected over 200 rocks. I took them home. I sprayed them with some adhesive so that the paint can stay. I also want to thank Henry Montelongo and Commander Albertsons and the police explorers for putting the barricades and guiding the participants along the course. Steve Kenny for helping me with outreach with the local businesses to participate and sponsor the event. Gabby Basua and her staff, including Abraham, Joe, and Mario, who volunteered. The Wainimi High School girls volleyball team gave us, I think, over 10 volunteers, and I was a little nervous because some of the volunteers didn't show up, but they were there on time, so I was able to sprinkle them out through all the different stations. All our local businesses, the Port for the Medals, the nonprofits, Real Guppies, the Boys and Girls Club, the library, the Merito Foundation, and everybody that participated. Thank you, including our very own new city manager. Thank you for everyone.
I lost though, so you're rubbing it in a little bit. My wife beat me.
Yeah, he lost to his wife.
Oh, no.
I also want to mention that the Sister City event was a success. I was actually much more nervous for that event than the Wainimi Fun Run because that was a two-day long event where we had to get families and keep them entertained, fed, housed. I want to thank former Mayor Rollins, our community leaders, Galen and Jessica, and what else am I missing? And well, I also housed the president at my house.
Well, all the hosts, all the people who participated in the tour, Z from Real House, and Becky and Kevin Brannon and Marshall from Real Guppies,
the CB Museum, city staff
city staff who helped, get the documents together, our program together, and
Gil Garcia, Sylvia Snob.
Sylvia joined us also.
And also Laura Hernandez. Helped me out a lot. Just so you know, I was freaking out a couple times. But thank you again to Tony and Georgiana for helping us out with the events.
Yeah.
I think it's about time that we now have our very first committee meeting. Hopefully we can get that done by the end of the month or early next month. Other than that, I just want to mention that the Wainimi Beach Festival is still going on, and that's about it for my comments.
I have one more comment. Since we are not going to be in session in August, just wanted to just share about the Victoria Gate closure for the base. They're going to be opening Patterson, which is right up Channel Islands Road. So there may be a lot of backup there. That's scheduled for, currently scheduled for August the 7th through the 16th of October. So the Victoria Gate will be closed and they'll open Patterson. And it will be open from 6 a.m. in the morning to 5 o'clock in the evening. So just be prepared for the backup on Channel Islands.
And Patterson.
And Patterson, yes.
I have a couple of comments too.
And Ventura Road.
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot to also mention that I attended the library presentation on historical sites in Port Hueneme. And that's just another way to develop our economy by highlighting those historic locations and making sure that there's plaques in front of each of those locations so that any visitors who come to our town want to take a walk, they can take a historic walk and see the historic sites in our city. And Beverly Kelly and the Friends of the Library, Joanne, put the presentation together. There were at least 50 people there. It was well attended, so I wanted to publicly thank them for hosting that event at the library. And I just also wanted to ditto the hosts and Rich Rollins and Jessica Cornejo and Galen Vick, Sylvia Schnapp, former mayor and city council member, for their participation in the Sister City program. It was just phenomenal. It was just a really, really great success, and we're looking forward to doing it again next year. And I may have been remiss in my comments at our last meeting, but I feel like we didn't recognize Commander Albertson for his services over the 6 months that he was filling in as chief of police while our chief was being processed. So I just, Chief Albertson, if you're out there, we just want to thank you. You're a great chief. I know you've done it many times. He's very experienced at it in filling in, and I just want to extend our gratitude for that.
I guess the last thing I'll mention is there was a request for a Halloween themed Hueneme Fun Run. They were asking me if I was going to do another one. We'll see if everything goes well with the other events. We'll talk about that later, but I hope everyone enjoyed the Hueneme Fun Run, the first ever Hueneme Fun Run. We're now going to move on to requests for future agenda items. I'd like to remind council members that all requested items will require a motion, a second, the majority vote. Do any council members have a request for future agenda items?
I do.
Okay.
I'd like to hear from our chief of police on the fireworks weekend, and I'd like to hear what your plans are for our department coming up maybe after the summer break.
I'll second that.
Plenty of time for our chief to put together something for to share with council.
I'll second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Any more requests for future agenda items? Okay. I'd like to remind the community that there are no scheduled city council meetings in August. So the next regular meeting will be held Tuesday, September 5th at 6 p.m. I'd like to adjourn the meeting. The time is now 9:11 p.m. Let's go home, everyone. Let's get some sleep.